Sí, sí. No, no, no. Yo te conocí por teléfono. Ah, ok. Yeah. Yeah.
Sí, sí, me
Ya, 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 ya,
sí, sí me
ya viene, es decir, in a few minutes, go con you.
Okay, they are not here yet. No.
Okay?
They are not here yet.
Yeah, yeah.
Muy buenos días, les invitamos a tomar asiento. Estamos a punto de empezar en este segundo día del 22º Coloquio Internacional de Investigación en Ciencias de la Administración. Nuevamente, muy buenos días. Bienvenidos y bienvenidas a esta segunda jornada del 22º Coloquio Internacional de Investigación en Ciencias de la Administración. En esta ocasión estamos aquí para participar del seminario que encabeza el doctor Mats Alvesson. Antes me gustaría presentar a quienes le acompañan en la mesa y quienes también estarán moderando este seminario. Está la doctora Rosario Vázquez Jaramillo, coordinadora del doctorado en Ciencias de la Administración, a quien les pido un fuerte aplauso, por favor. Muchas gracias. Está el doctor Norman Jonathan Wolf del Valle, es tutor del programa de posgrado en Ciencias de la Administración y consejero universitario. Muchas gracias. Y por supuesto, pues está nuestro ponente invitado, el doctor Mats Alvesson de Lund University. Bienvenido. También saludo a todas las personas que están conectadas a través de la transmisión de Zoom. Nos acompaña gente de Argentina, de Bolivia, de Chile, de Colombia, de Ecuador, de Perú y de Venezuela. Entonces estamos muy contentas y contentos de tener eventos como este. Y bueno, le cedo la palabra al doctor Norman Wolf para que nos dirija unas palabras. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Nuevamente, bienvenidos todos a este 22º Coloquio Internacional de Investigación en Ciencias de la Administración de parte de la doctora Clotilde Hernández. Reciban todos un cordial saludo y, por favor, pediré nuevamente unas palabras en inglés para dar una atención y una cortesía a nuestro ponente el día de hoy. So, thank you again, everyone, for your assistance on our 22nd International Colloquium for Research in Management Sciences. And as we said yesterday, this is an effort that for our PhD and management programs related for research on our PhD students. And I think it's very important that we have the opportunity to have lecturers like Dr. Alvesson, and yesterday we also had John Landetta in our workshops for the well-being of the research opportunities of students. In this sense, yesterday we had the conference of Dr. Alvesson regarding generating insights. And in that sense, we had several insights regarding creative research and how the management of data is important and a basic methodology on what we should do to generate a reflexive thinking. So today's conference has to do with zombies. And given the case, I would also like to appreciate the efforts of Dr. Clotilde Hernández and especially from Dr. Luis Cruz, who made everything possible for having Dr. Alvesson today. So a big round of applause for Dr. Cruz. And as well for all the tutors of our PhD program, Dr. Rosario, Dr. Clotilde, and the master's and PhD programs. So I think we can start now. Thank you.
Thank you. So you can hear me? Yes, good. So we'll talk about leadership, or as I sometimes refer to it as leadership. I have a slightly ironic take on all this, illustrated by the title of this presentation, Zombie Leadership. And this is based on an article that Alex Haslam, Steve Reicher, and myself published in Leadership Quarterly this year. So there's a paper, in case you're interested in reading more about this topic, in Leadership Quarterly, which is the leading journal in leadership studies. So And today, my talk here will be actually following up quite a lot of the stuff that I talked about yesterday on reflexivity. How many of you were here yesterday? Half or so, yeah. And then the topic there was reflexivity in methodology and doing research. But some of the similar ideas that are very relevant then to understand leadership, alternatives to leadership, and also how to think about how can we go ahead when we try to study leadership or leadership phenomena. So I will give 2 talks here, one on zombie leadership and one on reflexive leadership, which connects a bit more to the topic yesterday. So there's a book on this topic, reflexive leadership. So, clicker, yes. So zombie leadership, and this refers to dead ideas that still walk among us. And it's often the case that this is a bit inspired by the title of a book by the Australian economist John Quiggin, who claims that there are a lot of dead ideas in economics that still are very much present and exercise a huge influence despite research proven the ideas being problematic and even wrong. And we have the same phenomena when it comes to, you can skip this, leadership stuff. So, and this is really a problem. And it's very important sometimes that we engage in myth busting, that peculiar ideas that still are dominant are just being kind of there, and then they continue to live in textbooks, in people's consciousness, in consulting work, in managerial work, etc. So really thinking through what are like the value and the validity of different ideas is very important. So if you look at the contemporary leadership area, it's full of stuff. I don't know exactly here in Mexico, but in North America in particular, there's an enormous amount of work and talk about leadership. All the time people invent new ideas about leadership stuff and so on. So you have transformational leadership, distributed, ambidextrous leadership. I don't know what that is, but it's probably very impressive. You have inclusive, ethical, identity, respectful, servant, authentic, reflexive leadership. That's our idea. Agile leadership, connected leadership, and so on. So you just add digital leadership. It's probably something that comes now. So you have leadership, and this is a word, a signifier that is used very broadly. And of course, it becomes then performative. So there's an effect when you use language like that all the time. So people say leadership, or we need leadership, or we have courses, or policy statements, or whatever. So there's a lot of talk about leadership. Then, of course, that creates effects. So people must incline then to wait for leadership to fix everything. Or managers can not use just managerial work, making things function, but they should be visionary and transformational and ethical and inclusive and blah, blah, blah. And of course, all this is kind of okay or good, but if you highlight this quite heavily, then we become kind of ingrained then in leadership talk, in expectations of leadership fixing a lot of things, and we also may become a bit leader dependent, which is not necessarily a good thing all the time. If you like ideas that people should be autonomous and perhaps relate to colleagues, communities, groups, other people, and not just to leaders. So we have a lot of all this leadership. Sometimes people talk about leadership mania, or a perverse fascination with leadership as something that will save us, and is the cornerstone of a lot of things. So, and all these different ideas about leadership, there are to some extent. Some of them are similar, some are quite different. But the idea is that one should enlighten, edify, and uplifting would-be leaders and make them and us to a better place. This is the idea. And that may happen, but it may also be the other way around, of course. And the more focus on leadership, the less focus on alternatives to leadership. And my interest is very much not reject leadership, can be important, significant, but it can also be too much. And it can lead to quite one-dimensional views of organizations, of ourselves, and also managers being then too much into leadership thinking. So, and one problem here is then the existence of what we call zombie leadership. And partly a problem of practice that a lot of people in organizations, they are fueling this idea of the fantastic significance of leadership, where the leader is the key actor and others attend just to follow. That's a problem in practice, but it's also a problem in theory, in academic thinking. And a lot of academic teaching may risk us becoming stupid, particularly a lot of leadership theory, because assumptions, I talked about assumptions yesterday, they are quite problematic in many ways. And then if you have a lot of thinking based on problematic assumptions, then of course you create problems and rather bad research, and sometimes students that are very influenced by this, and then they think, now I will become a great leader if I just follow the formula. And then the world out there, they will adapt to this leadership recipe. Probably not. So, so what is leadership then? This is very tricky, and in most cases then you assume that leadership is the leader doing things, and then other people, named the followers, they will respond in a more or less predictable way. So, for example, if you have like transformational leadership, if you're intellectually inspiring, you have a vision, you attend to people's various individual needs, etc., then people will kind of respond by then being much more active, committed, loyal, hardworking, perhaps even creative, and feeling higher level of job satisfaction. So the leadership behavior, and then there's an effect of that is quite mechanical. So the behavior then directs then how people respond. Of course, there are a lot of nuances around all this, but the major idea is that leadership is relatively kind of one-dimensional phenomena. But we believe that, or think that a lot of evidence indicating that leadership takes place in a social context, and it's very much social group processes. So it's not one individual standing out in splendid isolation, saying or doing certain things, and others responding. It's very much social interactions, group processes. And if you take that seriously, a lot of leadership thinking becomes a bit peculiar and problematic. And one definition here of leadership is that the process where one or more people motivate one or more other people to contribute to the achievement of collective goals by shaping beliefs, values, understandings in context. So here then the idea is then not influencing behavior per se. Leadership is very much focused then on beliefs, values, understandings, identities, and other things. Sometimes people define leadership so extremely broad that everything that is kind of management, that's leadership. But that's misleading, and it's very kind of broad and crude view on leadership. So the shaping or efforts then to shape beliefs, values, understandings, the management of meaning. That's one ultra short definition of leadership, the management of meaning. So, and this is of course not only about leaders, it's about relationships and connections. And the relationships and connections makes it much more complicated. Yeah, so it's not just what leaders do, it's very much about people engaged in that kind of relationship and connection. And leadership calls for followership. You can't be a leader in splendid isolation. I mean, you can stand in front of your mirror and give a fantastic speech, but the leadership is actually somebody pay attention to what you do, they listen, and then they are influenced by this. And that's not so easy. Often people are not so prepared to take a follow-up position. And this is crucial then in order for leadership to work. So, and then when it's effective and it works, it's not about power over others, it's power through others. So others, they interpret, they have faith and buy into then the kind of influencing effort, and then something is happening. But the key actor here is actually perhaps then the follower, making something out of what the leader, the senior person, or the authority figure tries to do. So it's very much like a relational connecting issue here. So attention should be then devoted very much to collectives. And you can have one and the same person then giving a fantastically well-formulated speech, screaming and behaving, and then if you have the right audience that they buy into this, there's a positive effect. But in other cases, then people may just, gosh, what is he screaming about? Why this exaggerated body language and all this fuss? So even if it's well prepared and well delivered, then the audience may not turn into followers. That's an open question. I guess that most of you have heard that people in senior position really try to motivate you or make you engaged and interested or whatever, and responding with a yawn. Oh. Or even becoming a bit upset or whatever. So zombie leadership, it means that we focus not about leaders, but about relationships, connections. Key element here is followership. And in one sense, if you're interested in doing stuff on this, you can skip really the leader part and then see how people respond to this. That's the interesting element, how people respond to something. And then if it works, then there's a power through, not over people involved in all this. And it's a group process. So, but then we take zombie leadership. There are a lot of things that tend to go wrong because it's based not on the assumptions that I try to highlight here. Most zombie leadership, most dominant leadership thinking actually focus very much the leader's behavior, etc., and then followership, connections, relationality, etc. It's kind of downplayed. There's there in the background. Everybody agrees that this make a bit of a difference, of course, but the key element is very much leadership behavior or leadership style or the leader intentions. And then you see, okay, what are the responses to this? But it's not connected. It's not relational. It's not focused on the followership stuff. So it's very much leader-centric. Most leadership stuff tend to be leader-centric. And this is clearly witnessed then in a lot of all these leadership development programs. What do you do then? Well, you typically take out managers of their organizations. You put them into a leadership development program, and then you try to improve them. through theories, through group discussions, exercises, a lot of other things. And then when they have improved, they are supposed to go back to the organizations. They do things a bit differently, and then things will change for the better. And this is an example then of zombie leadership thinking, because you have this disconnect between the social relations, connections, and then the leadership kind of behavior, the leadership-centric stuff. Are you broadly following this? Yes, I'm a leader. You kind of connect there, and this relation there, but yes, finally. This is, in one sense, it's relatively simple and self-evident, but if you look at most ideas, most writings, most thinking about leadership, they tend not to see it like this. They are into another type of orientation. And then the idea is that leaders, they do it alone. They have traits, they have attributes, they have values, they have cognitive maps, personality, they have ambitions, blah, blah, blah. And then more or less single-handedly and single-mindedly, they pursue their goals and then pull everyone else along with them. This is the basic idea. And of course, organizations are very much structured around all this. You have like hierarchies, and then you have titles, clear job definitions, and then you have a lot of training, and you have a lot of corporate rituals based on this idea, more or less. So this is, but this is like zombie leadership. There are ideas that are very alive in the sense that they are among us, they dominate practice, but they are dead when it comes to their intellectual value and the kind of backup, empirical backup that one can mobilize in relationship to this. So, and then zombie leadership, we then, and I will go through then a number of different elements or parts of this. So there are some axioms, some basic assumptions and ideas in a lot of contexts illustrating or being part of this zombie leadership. And one is that leadership is all about leaders. The leader, he or she is much above the rest of us, super person more or less, and or has a position, a role. That means that people more or less automatically attribute a lot of responsibility, a lot of power to that person, and through these attributions and through the power of the leader role, a lot of things will then be happening. Or it's not necessarily a role. You may be a charismatic person like Donald Trump. And then, well, he actually is, I guess, and that's probably part of the reason. But then, yeah, bad example. But then they can do quite a lot, and then you see this in media all the time, and people talk about this, like the man who saved a BBC orchestra, or the new leader, the new executive. He really made a turnaround, and this poorly performing company was then totally transformed and then became excellent thanks to one new CEO doing the amazing trick. And you can read this in media all the time. And then you assume that, okay, this is how the world works. And then a lot of people take that on board, and then they act accordingly. The leader is so extremely important. You can't do anything unless leadership is on your side, or leadership decides and drives the issue. That may be true, but it's partly because people have bought into zombie leadership. And the problem, of course, sometimes if you are the only person that has not bought into this, you think this is nonsense. But if everybody else is convinced that the leader is absolutely central, and unless the leader wants something, then we can't do anything. If a lot of people have that kind of belief or mindset, then of course, if you yourself would think that that's nonsense, you are a bit lost. Tricky. So we need to think carefully about this. So this is the idea, and the problem is that, as I said before, there's no leadership without followership. And this is the crucial moment. Do people accept this? And do they follow, or do we follow? And of course, sometimes you have a situation where you have like a top executive with a lot of muscles and a lot of people, troops. That mean that you can beat or sanction people that are not on board. So through force, through power, then sometimes, of course, people at the top, they can do quite a lot. But that's not leadership. So leadership means that you make people accept this. They vote for me, or they voluntarily go in this direction. It's not that they do this because otherwise you will get to gulag or get fired or something like that. That's power. That's violence, or possibly management. But it's not leadership. So in that sense, I'm not covering everything here in my co-office. We are only addressing leadership, not management, or not the use of brute power. So the problem then with this idea here, and it's very common, is this the man who saved the BBC orchestra or whatever, that the problem is there's no leadership without followership. Leadership needs to be done by people being involved in different ways. So perhaps a number, if it's large scale, and a number of informal leaders that are taking initiative or repeating messages, reinforcing messages and ideas that are around. So it's very much like a group phenomena. It's shared. Others need to be involved in this. The illustration here, it's interesting because when they stormed then Capitol, then studies on the role of Trump in all this, and he had some role, but he was really surprised that they were doing this, apparently. So he had rather vague intentions and general talk and so on, and then what happened then was a bit beyond centralized control. So it's very much group processes, collective movements that are in operation. And often this is hidden because you have this formal structure and then a lot of focus on the leader character. And then you assume that leadership here is doing the trick. But sometimes if you look much more carefully, then there are other stories worth bringing out. And that is how group relations and collective action are very much part of the picture. And groups where not many people are kind of contributing with revising, interpreting, reinforcing, modifying, doing something with the various messages. They are not neither effective nor healthy. So sometimes, of course, you have people blindly obedient. That's often the case if there is some brute power behind all this. But in order to make organizations and other works, then you need to have much more people involved in influencing processes on different levels and in different respects. And here that means that when there are something that we can call leadership, it's much more distributed, it's more social, it's more shared, more collective phenomena. And here, one of many problems with this extreme focus on the leader is that it creates problematic effects on managers. So in a lot of cases, then particularly senior managers, executives, politicians and others, they can become a bit crazy after some time. They lose contact with reality. They easily become rather narcissistic and suffer from hubris. And this is very much the case if people around them believe in this zombie leadership stuff. And there are many cases then of executives and others. They live in their own world, not entirely, but to a significant degree, and then they make peculiar decisions, and then people are not necessarily contributing in terms of revising, challenging, modifying, opposing, or interpreting stuff. So this is one aspect here. Leadership is all about leaders. That's a zombie idea. And it's a key element in the problematic here. Another axiom or assumption is that there are specific qualities that great leaders have. And this is very common then, the idea that there are certain qualities, attributes, or traits that a leader typically possesses. And if you don't possess them, you are not a leader, or you're not an effective leader. And you see that all the time. So the three qualities you need to be a really effective leader, or From Good to Great. It was a book 20 years ago, and he had identified then the traits of really outstanding leaders. And that become a bestseller, a global bestseller, sold 1 million of copies and so on. So have you seen the movie The Good, Bad and the Ugly? It's in Spanish also, I'm sure. Same title, okay, yes. So not Spanish title, yes. Yes. The Bad and the Ugly, precisely. And then there is one scene there that I always remember, and that is when the good, played by Clint Eastwood, he gets the ugly to do some hard work, and he says, "There are two kinds of people, my friend: people holding a loaded gun, and people that dig. You dig." And I thought that's a beautiful statement. There are two kinds of people in this world, my friend. There are people that hold a loaded gun and people that dig. And the same relatively clear-cut distinction is used also in the leadership literature. There are two kinds of people, my friend. There are leaders and there are followers. No. There are not. But this is the idea. And then when you look for these attributes, and there is enormous amount of work here where you try to identify specific qualities. People, for example, then try to identify qualities of the top US presidents. And there is sometimes consensus. But then it appears when you look more carefully. So what's happening is that they ask perhaps 50 American Harvard or Stanford professors in history or political science rank the presidents. And then they tend to have some level of consensus. So you can say, okay, now we know for sure that some are more effective as presidents than others. And that's probably true, but in most cases, it's a bit more ambiguous. It's not clear-cut at all. And then this list, they tend to change a bit over time. So depending on the spirit of the time, then you may like or dislike that or that. The problem is also that these assessors, they are tend to be Democrats, because American university professors in history and in politics, they are often Democrats. But then some people, they looked at, okay, what seems to be the characteristics of a really effective president. And then one criteria is that they have participated in war, not in the war when they were presidents, but an earlier war. Second characteristic is that there was a war going on. Then you become much more effective as a president if there's like a crisis situation. It's not because you are effective necessarily, but because people tend then to highlight and look up to the leader. He or she must be a fantastic person because of this context. And then they are more effective also if they've been killed when they were in office. That means that you are assessed more positively. So all these assessments are quite tricky and difficult. And the problem is that according to a lot of research, there's no evidence that there is a stable set of qualities characterizing effective leaders. So I mean, sometimes they may be more intelligent or being more charismatic or more creative or whatever, but or more persistent or extrovert or introvert or whatever. So it's very difficult to find these qualities. And once again, then it's a relationship between leader and those that lead. So if we take like a Hitler was quite effective and so on, I guess, long time. But then I guess that we would not see him as like a great leader necessarily. An audience like ours, if we would come here and then have his style, then we probably would say boo, something like that. So it very much depends on the audience. Yes. And this is very much how followers then they attribute qualities to the leader. And if we take Donald Trump, for some people he's very heroic and bold and independent and a free spirit and blah blah, really great leader. And others will say that he's a narcissist, he's a crook, he's a psychopath, he's racist. So you can score him in very different ways, and that's not necessarily an outcome of Trump's personality, or even if there is such a thing and he has certain attributes. The interesting thing when it comes to what happens and what are the consequences is the attributions of others. So one and the same Trump in Scandinavia, for example, I think that 90% of everybody really dislike Trump. That wouldn't work at all. But for some American Republicans, right-wingers, they think that this is really great. So the key element here is the audience expectations, their attributions, their reasoning around the person. And this is very different then from the three qualities you need to be really effective leader, or there are two kinds of people, my friend, leaders and followers. And then one other idea here, assumption about leadership that we think deserves the attribution zombie leadership is that there are specific things that great leaders do. And often they initiate structure or they communicate a vision. This is example of what is often then brought forward as key elements in all this. And then you have typically, it's not about the leader's characteristics, it's what they do. And it's not the same, of course. So you see a lot of this 7 things leaders do to help people create change, or other recipes that is in the central. Compassion, leadership by love, or whatever. So there are a lot of all this. Actually, that's my home university for some years, University of Queensland, pops up here. Apparently there we are into compassionate leadership. That's slightly worrying. It's seen as otherwise a rather cold place, I would say, with a lot of business logic thinking in terms of higher education and so on. It's often the case in Anglo-Saxon countries where particular business schools, there are a cash cow. You bring in a lot of students, and then they pay fees, and then through these fees you can finance then high wages for top management and other things. Then that is good, perhaps. So, but the problem is that it's not behavior per se in this abstract sense, that these are the behaviors. If you engage in these behaviors, then there will be something positive coming out of all this. The behaviors are very much related then to what people around they see as kind of what is motivated, what's needed, etc. We did and this idea of change. So it's good, perhaps sometimes we change, but the people don't see the need for the change or see this is like the right way to change things. Then, of course, any kind of change idea may fall very flat. So it must be attuned very carefully then to the followers, to the social situations, to the relations being involved. And that means that you can't just say that these are the 7 things or the 3 qualities that are careful, because the situation and people around and so on, they may be very varied in how they relate to the situation. We did a study a few years ago where we had one manager, and he was very eager then to show interest and to be social and communicative and be authentic and blah, 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 and engaged in these kinds of behavior. And the problem was that his subordinates, people in this unit, were engineers. They were not so interested in this. They saw this as more as disruption. How are you? How do you feel? Let us now have meetings about this and blah, blah, blah. Please don't disturb me. I like to concentrate on work. So what he saw as and learned as being like a positive leadership style was by the people he was supposed to use this to. They saw this as more like disruption. And sometimes you may feel that leadership is very much for managers themselves. They like to feel good about things, and therefore they engage in leadership, while other people, they have other interests and orientations. So that of course, can vary quite a lot. The key point here is that this idea that there are specific things that great leaders do, that's not necessarily a good idea, could be seen as zombie leadership. Now the version here is then we all know a great leader when we see one. So sometimes people then they say, okay, leadership, it's tricky. It's an area that is full of ambiguity. It's very ambiguous. What is leadership? What is this act about? How do people respond to this? Etc. etc. It is quite ambiguous in most cases. And but then people will say that, okay, that may be the case. It's complicated. It's ambiguous. But we all recognize a great leader when we see one. And there's a consensus about this. People then supposed to respond in similar ways beyond all this. The problem is that if there is such like consensus that people may know a great leader when we see one, it's very much related then to the social identity, the shared orientations of people responding then to what they see as a great leader. Again, like Hitler and Trump and whoever. it's very much based then on people sharing the same kind of orientations as the great leader. So key element here is social identity. How do we define ourselves? And then if the kind of leader person is very much part of this we, the social identity, then there is likelihood perhaps that somebody will say, that's a good leader, that's a fine person or whatever. But outside that social identity construction, I mean, how many Democrats would say that Trump is a great leader or whoever? So it's very much based then on sharing the kind of basic sympathies and orientations. Then a lot of expert assessments. I mentioned this with presidents before, American presidents. If you are having certain orientations as expert, then you're very much likely to see qualities in line with your preferences as an expert. So it's not something that is really objective or neutral or stand outside specific types of social orientations and so on. So and then we have axiom 5, all is leadership the same. Despite a lot of variation, and nobody disagrees with, there are variations and complexities and so on, but still it's the same kind of key element that is part of all this. There are qualities, there's a natural born leadership, there is some inclination then to take and be granted then authority positions. But as I said before, perhaps it needs to be all the time to consider carefully in relationship to time, space, cultural contexts that tends to produce ideas and expectations and norms for what is the correct kind of idea around all this. So over time, we had some people that were quite brutal, and they were seen as very kind of masculine and powerful, heroic, and idealized. And then in other cases, they was seen as psychopathic bastards. So this variation is absolutely crucial. They are leaders are always leaders of some specific group or collective at a particular point in time. And this can change also over situations. So you may have like a crisis, where difficult decisions have to be made. You need to be quick in decision making. People need to be engaged, but also pushed perhaps. That's very different than from a typical faculty situation at university. We have endless of time, perhaps, and you can talk about things, and people are supposed to be on board and not protest or whatever. So the situations are extremely different all the time. So leadership is a special skill limited to special people. This is a bit similar as the stuff that we talked about before. 5 traits that set great leaders apart from the pack. Is one typical example of all this. And then the problem with all this, the special skill that is really needed in order to lead the military in a war situation or take a company over troubled waters, whatever. So and this leads then to the problem that we focus and reward elite leaders. And it undermines group cohesion and followers' confidence in leaders. And I don't know exactly here in Mexico, but in many countries, then wages of top executives has really gone up. So the gap between top people and then most ordinary workers is huge and is increasing. And this is, of course, part and outcome then of zombie leadership. Because the leader, the top executive, is so extremely significant. And therefore, we need to pay him or her an enormous amount of money, much, much more than others. And based on the zombie leadership logic, this is very reasonable. They are the head people, others are not so significant. This leads to various effects. One effect, apart from narcissism and hybrids and so on, is that these differences, they create a lot of negative consequences. So people easily feel that they are second or third rate citizens, not particularly important. They feel injustice that's not reasonable, and then they lead to a lot of organizational problems in terms of commitment and interest and participation and activities and things like that. So zombie leadership in that sense affects organizations probably in many ways quite negatively because of this celebration of the top character. The concept of leadership no longer makes even the slightest pretense of having to know anything at all about the work of the substantive entity that is purportedly being led. And this seems to be quite common, that you believe that, here is the formula, the recipe, the qualities, the specific things to be done by the top manager, and this is more or less universal. So then if you have the right person, plug that person in there, and he or she will do magic, irrespective of the situation. So that's one example then of zombie leadership that's very different from the idea that in order to lead something, you need to know it. You need to know the practices. You need to understand what goes on here, and you need to connect to people much more than if you believe that you have universal leadership qualities. And for just relying on them, you can kind of fix almost any kind of problem. So, and this is probably a very tricky part of it all. So, shouldn't continue for too long here necessarily. And we are citing myself here. And this is the idea that leadership is good. Leadership is good. This is very, very common then when of course, sometimes there is recognition that there may be toxic leadership and it may be bad leadership and so on, but leadership is in principle a good thing. Is that the case then? And it's very intellectually problematic then if you all the time associate leadership with the positive functions. It's ethical, it's effective, makes people feel good about things. It has a kind of positive influence and positive effects. That type of definition, and there are a lot of definitions that are pathological. So you define it such a way, transformational leadership. It includes being intellectually stimulating. And of course, intellectually stimulating means that people are intellectually stimulated. So the behavior and the outcome of the behavior is combined in the definition. And that's quite common then in leadership, that it's defined in such a way so there are only positive outcomes of it all. And then you have a lot of things that, so when people take examples then of leadership, they seldom mention what Peter Drucker, he was a management writer in the 90s and earlier than that. Drucker, he came from Austria. And he said that the 20th century has given us 3 great leaders, and that's Hitler, Mussolini, and Stalin. And in the sense that they really then could get people on board. Commitment and hard work and focus and a lot of other things. And a lot of people, they love these bastards. But then it's never mentioned as leaders. The Hitler problem is something that we really avoid. So if there's leadership, well, it must be Mahatma Gandhi or Nelson Mandela, Martin Luther King, the M's. But it should be seen as good, but you can't really assume that leadership is good. I mean, it's rather agnostic. Sometimes engaged in leadership, and if that is like good intentions or good outcomes, yeah, perhaps, but not necessarily. So if you influence people's beliefs, their understandings, you create commitment, etc., it's not necessarily part of something that is particularly good. And often the good and the not so good may be very much in combination. So people participating in a lynch mob, they may really feel identity and community and this is meaningful and this is important and I'm really part of this crowd, blah, blah, blah. So we often have the problem of the good and not so good goes hand in hand. And then there's a lot of this, like training people to be ethical leader, transformational leader, blah, blah, blah. Of course, that must have a positive effect, perhaps, but it can also make people then rather narcissistic and feeling then self-serving bias. You know, self-serving bias. You take on board messages that indicate that you really are kind of good and positive and so on. So if you hear a lot of things about ethical leadership, then you may identify with this, but it can also lead to that you become a bit narcissistic, and then you feel I'm entitled then to have a high wage and do important thing, and some people should listen to me and so on because I'm such an ethical person, and you then take that kind of stuff easily on board. So. And that's a general problem here. The Hitler problem, I mentioned that before. When it's effective, it's again mobilizing groups. It's very much identity process that we belong to this together. We work on these things. And then the eighth assumption here is that people can't cope without leaders. That leadership is something fundamentally important. Without leadership, we run around as confused chicken, and there's no sense of direction, organization, structure, community. Without leadership, there is the Wild West. Or Pancho Villa and Zapata and Diaz and others are kind of fighting each other, or what would be a Mexican equivalent to all this. But the idea is that leadership is something we all need, and good leaders are always good for us. The kind of leadership we all need today is a typical sort of media business magazine statement. And the problem is that group cohesion and intrinsic motivation, they may be much preferred to leadership. So if you have like a group kind of working together, shared sense of orientation, etc., then that group, the group cohesion, will do a lot of the trick. People will feel solidarity and responsibility and do things together in relationship to something that is seen as of common interest. You also have intrinsic motivation. A lot of the leadership stuff assumes that we need to get motivated. The leader must come with a vision, with social support, with intellectual stimulation, with management of meaning, and that will motivate us. So the source of motivation is the leader coming in and making us sitting there and being lazy and uncommitted. Now we will see kind of the light and get energy in direction, etc. That is a common idea. And there are also studies indicating that when you identify and you highlight the person as the leader of the group, that can make the group less effective. We did a study actually of of a team, and then they elected one team leader, and the team leader was really a good person, more experienced, more energetic, better than others, and that led to, and they really liked her. So everything was very positive, but then the effect was that others, they kind of stepped down. They become more relaxed, more inclined to let her decide, take responsibilities of what we are doing, and the outcome of our work was like, well, she will fix this. So with this celebration of a leader, then others, they tended to, so you make one person a bit higher than the rest of us, and then we step down in terms of commitment and cognitive thinking and responsibility and so on. Not necessarily happening all the time, but if we believe that we appoint leaders, we support them in different ways, we highlight the status, we reward them better than others, blah, 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 then that will lead to a lot of positive effects. Not necessarily, it can lead to the opposite effect as well. You raise one person, others may step down. Yes, how are we doing for time here? Yes, we have time. Yeah. You can make people turn off by emphasizing this too much. This does, of course, not mean that you should have somebody perhaps coordinating the work or doing administration, sometimes management, and sometimes leadership. So sometimes it may be a very good thing to do. But the problem is that when you see that we all the time need this, and this is very central for effective work, then we should be aware of the problem of highlighting, raising somebody in terms of position. It easily means that others are stepping down a bit. And that can be sometimes okay, but not if the ideal is that people should be involved and included and take broader responsibility. And we need participation. We need voice from more than those in the higher up in the organizational pyramid. So, yes, are you familiar with this gentleman? Some of you are. David Brent, the hero of The Office. There are two versions. The British, and I think I'm a European, so I think it's much better. The British version. The American is a bit more polished and so on. So I would say that, but this is the British version, and David Brent, he thinks this is a really great leader. And then he's read too much leadership literature, and then really trying to perform as a really good leader, and then it creates a lot of peculiar effects all the time. And I think it's brilliant. You feel when you look at this series, you feel embarrassed on his behalf. So if you haven't seen it, then The Office, the British version, it's with Ricky Gervais as the key figure, and it's a fantastic satire. You agree? Yes. So, okay. So, but then we have a lot of this, and it's very easy. Churchill, fantastic man, great, what contributions, saved the world, blah, blah, blah. And we have a lot of these elements here. If you look more carefully at Churchill, of course, one can say that his career and reputation was saved by Stalin and by then America and Mexico also, for that matter. But during the war, when he was fighting it with Great Britain, everything was kind of going the wrong way. And then Hitler made the mistakes of attacking Soviet Union and then declaring war on the United States. And then after that, Churchill got powerful allies and then could defeat Hitler through them. But still, I mean, Churchill made fantastic work during Second World War, particularly the first years. his life history as kind of a leader was a bit, yeah, precisely. So it's not. But then there's one situation, and then it's very easy. Oh, we highlight this situation, and then we tend to generalize. That's the person. He is a great leader. But it's more that during a particular time, in a particular situation, with particular followers, then he worked in a very important way and really exercised tremendous leadership. But it was very much because it was aligned with the majority of the population at that time, and the people he worked with and followers and so on. And some of them, of course, like the senior person in the army, Brooke, he so his most important task then to save Churchill from making mistakes. See, he could correct Churchill's bad ideas and so on. So it was very much like a teamwork. And of course, a lot of other people around there as well. But that tends to be a bit lost when Boris Johnson, for example, writes about the Churchill factor. And he's a great admirer of Churchill, and for good reasons. But then you easily highlight and exaggerate and generalize of what happened during a specific time, and then a story about the person, story about broader kinds of issues here. So the focus on leadership alone, it's problematic. We overlook followers. We see leadership as an objective quality that will be recognized by everyone, but leadership is very much in the eye of the beholder. Are you familiar with that expression? Leadership, in the eye of the beholder. Or as somebody puts it, there are two options how we function. One is that I believe it when I see it. I believe it when I see it. So observations and evidence, that's crucial. That's one option. And we like to believe that we function like that. But then there's another option, and that is that I see it when I believe it. I see it when I believe it. So if I assume something, then we tend to see evidence of this being there. So we assume that females are discriminated against, then we see signs of this discrimination all the time. If we think that we have a reasonably high level of equality, then you probably see other things. If you believe that leadership is really important, then you can pick examples proving that you are right. If you assume the opposite, that people probably can do quite well without this leadership, then you can point at a number of examples of this. So this is a problematic thing here. So yeah, the great I, but then as the picture here up to the right, what about us? It's not so much the great I, it's more about we. Leadership should not primarily be about I, the leader, but we that are part of this organization or something. So, and then even Churchill was understanding that. So the consequences, the toxic consequences of zombie leadership. Why bother? Why should we be interested in this kind of stuff? And actually our paper then, when it was published then a few months ago, it really led to a lot of interest. So people found the idea quite powerful concept, I think, partly, but also the general idea. And this is important then because there's a tendency that we fail to recognize and reward the efforts and achievements of ordinary people. It alienates group members and reduces their willingness to contribute. So if you have this like status differences and idea that leadership is really important, we need to reward the leaders, single them out, reward them. They should be sent to executive training programs. They should have a lot of exclusionary meetings with other people, blah, blah, blah. Fine for them, perhaps, but it tends to then lead to a gap or tension between people up there and then the rest of the employees. And this is probably not a good thing. And there are a lot of indicators of the workforce being less satisfied and more cynical than in the past. And then, of course, okay, we have a cynical, disappointed, disengaged workforce that believes that they're doing bullshit jobs, seeing the jobs as meaningless. Then we need to have much more leadership. The leadership should fix this situation. Maybe a kind of spontaneous response to all this. The problem is that this may be part of the problem. That is highlighting of leadership and then organizing, structuring organizations very much around then the significance of leadership. That may be part of the problem behind all this. So we need to be very careful here about not seeing, we have a problem here. Oh, sorry. Leadership is the solution. Now, what is the problem? And this is fundamentally unreflexive, but with a lot of leadership focus, we tend to have people thinking like this. All right, so, and the damages manage themselves by making them a bit vulnerable, because if you have all these expectations and ideas and understandings of what you do and what you should accomplish, then, of course, most people, even if they get a managerial job, they are not necessarily so much bigger, stronger, more powerful, more intelligent, more effective than the rest of us. Not necessarily. In some cases, I guess that people become managers because they are yes-sayers, or they're really eager then to do administration. And that doesn't mean that they are much better than the rest. But then they have all this kind of leadership stuff as part of what they're supposed to relate to. Then narcissism, complacency, and then hybris, or unwillingness to listen to others, may be part of what's being cultivated. And this leads to a lot of negative effects. So then we have the problem of zombie leadership. And here are some research ideas. One could study failings. So you may have had examples then of people trying to do leadership, failing to do so. And I think that there are plenty of examples around here. Then that could be interesting to study. But these examples, they are very seldom. So we always look for then the success story, the recipe, how to do it. I think we can learn much more from failures than success stories. But success, that's very appealing, and a lot of people, they are very much into this. So, and this is not just moaning and groaning about problems, it's also a kind of gestalt, an image, a metaphor, and a portrait of our time. Contemporary time, contemporary organizations, economy, people's lives, and so on. So we think that this is relatively important. And then know your enemy. And of course, it's not a pure enemy, but it has some elements, which means that we perhaps should be treating then zombie leadership as how we normally would treat a zombie, back into the grave, rather than allowing them to walk around and scare the shit out of us. So this is not an easy task to do this, because all the elites, they're much into zombie leadership. If you really kind of raised along the ranks, then you are typically a believer in zombie leadership. I gave a talk to some leadership development people a year ago in Norway, and then I showed them a simple. We can't show any. Well, here you have L, the leader Ludwig, and then you have the followers, Felipe, Ferenc, Felicia, F, followers. And then you have like a big Ludwig leader, and then you have small people that are supposed to be led by the great Ludwig. And then the idea of leadership development that you can put more resources into the great Ludwig. He will be even greater compared to the small Fs, Felipe, Frederick, and Felicia, and then things will improve. And I thought that this is very almost embarrassingly simple figure. But then one response was, this is how we think. Because if you're into leadership training, the world is leaders or managers really being taken out of the context. And then you have like a seminar series or whatever at a nice hotel somewhere. And then you talk about stuff there in splendid isolation with the assumption that when they come back to the organizations, they will do things even better than before. And then the troops, they will comply and follow. And it's a very primitive form of reasoning, but this is dominating. And this is dominating, and there's enormous amount of money here. And a lot of people getting their bread and butter from thinking like this. We have zombie leadership as problematic, but extremely powerful. So, yep, I skip all this here, I think. This is like a call to arms, more that we should fight zombie leadership. And particularly my co-author, Alex Haslam, he's very much into this. So he tries then to form an anti-zombie leadership alliance. And then he gave me a T-shirt. He designed and bought a number of T-shirts when you have like this anti-zombie leadership. I should have brought one here, but anyway. So yes, I think that's all for this part of the talk. So
we could make a break and then reconvene in maybe 15 minutes, if that's fine with you. Entonces regresamos en 15 minutos para la segunda parte del taller.
And then we can take questions and comments and so on. And then I will.
Would you like to take any comments or questions now before?
Now it's fine. Now it's fine as well. Yes, it's up to the audience. If you can manage for 10 minutes or so, or we can take some questions and then, yeah.
Ahora, antes del receso, para continuar con la segunda parte, con el segundo tema y que no me pueden las preguntas. ¿Hay alguna pregunta? Creo que está para aquí. ¿Alguna pregunta, algún comentario de esta primera parte que acabamos de ver?
That's this. Oh, okay. So I should, yes.
Matt, a question. What do you think of the assumption that all the problems of a company, it's because of the leader, or the leader is the cause of all the problems? What would you say about that? I'm going to make a contextualization of this comment because I have been consultant in productivity. And just as you said, you mentioned, productivity is affected because of the leader. And every time I go in a company, I tell the leader, well, sometimes the leader tells me, oh, we have this problem, the people are not working, they are not motivated, etc. And I say, well, I'm sorry to say, but maybe the problem is you. And I always tell them, I always say that the leader of the company is the problem. Of course, we have to work on that. But what do you think of this assumption that I have?
Yeah, no, I think that that is often, at least to some extent, true, I guess. But then we need to ask why and how. And one can say that the leader is the problem, the leader needs to change and improve, and then everything will be better. I can also say if the leader is bad, yes.
But I go within the followers. I mean, what I do is I ask this leader to let me go with his people, find out the processes, etc., and then we make changes.
Yeah, no, I think one can see it in different ways. One is that if there is bad leadership, then it's probably partly an outcome of bad followership. So sometimes people tend to be passive, not giving feedback, not taking initiatives, etc. So our point here, I think, it's very much a relational issue. It's not that you single out one entity. This is the problem, lazy followers or bad leaders, but it's very much a relational issue. So I would say that then one way of solving problems is, of course, then to focus on the leader, improving that person. Another is that focusing very much on the kind of followers. Why are you not doing more? Taking initiatives, using voice, giving clear feedback, etc. So in most cases, I would say that it's like an interactional effect. Then there may be a really powerful, problematic person doing a lot of bad things. Or you may have problems with recruiting a lot of employees that are not particularly good, etc. But I would say that in most cases, it's more productive perhaps to think about the interactions and the relations and the mutual influencing processes between senior and junior people. But then to understand how come that this has been produced. Some of the ideas here indicates then perhaps that managers, they live in their own world. They are not connected so well. They don't understand, they don't talk to, they don't listen to others, and the others, they don't speak to them so much. And if that is the problem, then I think that there's like shared blame that is reasonable and to lay on people involved there.
Pues muchas gracias, Matt. He aprendido mucho de tu plática. Bueno, sabemos que en las escuelas de administración hay una tendencia a considerar en exceso el liderazgo. Incluso yo lo veo como un problema de comprensión entre liderazgo y dirección. Creo que se atribuye al director cualidades de liderazgo, que a mí me parece que es incorrecto. Pero en las escuelas de administración parece que es algo que nos va a salir, como bien lo dices, nos va a dar muchas soluciones, cuando me parece, como bien lo señalas, que es un problema que más bien nos da problemas el liderazgo. Incluso muchas veces se ven algunos solicitud de empleo, señalan necesitamos personas que tengan cualidades de liderazgo. Y yo siempre le digo a mis alumnos, pues a mí me parece que no saben ni siquiera en el problema y que se pueden meter cuando existe un exceso de líderes, ¿no? Como empleados, ¿no? Mi pregunta sería, ¿por qué crees que todavía en la administración se piensa que el liderazgo es bueno para las organizaciones? ¿Por qué se sigue creyendo eso? Mucho seguramente es un poco de ignorancia en el sentido de que no entienden muy bien qué es el liderazgo, pero a mí me genera muchas dudas ese tipo de expectativas de los administradores. Gracias.
Yeah, no, I think it's a problem, and the part of the problem is that the recruitment. So the student groups, they come here and they, okay, do I want to be a salesperson or I mean, some are happy to be accountant perhaps, but a lot of people, they dream of a managerial career. And then we are inclined then to flatten our students. We like them to be satisfied and appeal to them. And therefore, this idea that leaders are very important, leadership is the solution to problem, it's very much about the leader that facilitate identification then from students and also manager side. So in that sense, I think that there is pressure on us then to make students happy. And that means that leadership, strategy, and organizational change, and a lot of other things that they are impressive, that these are being highlighted. So that's one problem. Another problem is that a lot of the leadership research is being done by psychologists. And psychologists, they like to measure things. So, and a lot of the leadership literature and research is very much based on artificial, simplistic studies of how people respond to questionnaires or how leaders talk about themselves when you interview them. And this is partly a research problem. I do think that to understand leadership, you need to go out there in organizations. You need to talk to managers, to subordinates. Optimally, you should make observations. What goes on here? And then also know the context, the specific organizational situation. And then you would have a rather different understanding of this compared then to what is the case if, oh, no, I've learned about transformational leadership. I send out a questionnaire on transformational leadership, and then I think that I know something about leadership. Not necessarily, but I don't think that these are two of the many problems. One is then that the students' aspirations and hopes, and then the kind of structure of leadership research that both contribute to the problem. Then you have also the general problem that we tend to be not so good in understanding complexities and relations. So like factors, styles, behaviors, effects of this. So cause-effect thinking, and then this dream of finding like the solution. Related to that, I think that's also part of the problem here. So I would highlight these three things as partly accounting then for stuff, plus the generally low intellectual level of a lot of business studies compared to other research areas that has a strong intellectual tradition.
Muchas gracias, profesor Alveson, por esta primera parte del seminario. Me parece muy interesante pues toda esta crítica a esas ideas tradicionales del liderazgo. Y pensaba yo que con lo que tú planteas sería muy importante promover el pensamiento crítico en los que, pues en las personas, en las organizaciones, de los que se asumen como los seguidores inclusive tanto en los seguidores como en los líderes, porque creo yo que a veces en esas ideas tradicionales de liderazgo se deja muy de lado la importancia que es la crítica, cuestionar, ¿sí? A quienes ostentan ciertos cargos de mando y pues no sé qué opinas de esto.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And actually, the next part of this seminar here, it will address how we can think about leadership in a more reflexive and critical, but also productive way. We probably need to consider leadership, sometimes do it, not overdo it, handle it in such much more kind of balanced and reflexive way than is common. We can come back to that after the break here, perhaps. But then I will talk about how to think about leadership, perhaps in a more productive way than is common, and that includes thinking about alternatives to leadership. So in many cases, then we can focus on alternatives rather than seeing leadership as the key issue here.
¿Más preguntas, comentarios?
Good morning, Professor.
Morning.
Sorry, I'm late, but I have read your work, and I found it, of course, totally interesting. I have a question about coaching, because in many articles they talk about coaching is founded in transformational leadership, and I was thinking that maybe leadership is maybe transforming or becoming in new forms, and maybe coaching is one of them. And maybe some institutions, new institutions are designed to cover the leadership as a new phase or something. What do you think about it?
Yeah, no, I think that I mean, we face a lot of problems and issues and difficulties in life, partly technical, cognitive, emotional, personal. Yeah, so in that sense, that getting perspectives, talking with others, sometimes getting help in thinking through, clarifying issues, stimulation to reflection. That all this is very important in many contexts. For me, it's a bit different in leadership, because I don't think that a good coach actually perhaps should not be one's manager or doing leadership in that sense, and that the coaching is an alternative to leadership rather than a form of leadership. Partly about semantics, but I think that sometimes there's a tendency that leadership becomes everything. And then if you can point that these are different problems and these are different types of solutions, and those that are supposed to work with these solutions can be quite different people, and not necessarily everything is the leader, the manager's responsibility. So I don't think that coaching can be interpersonal relationship, part of a good community. People are helping each other all the time, hopefully. Then in some cases, then you may have a specific need of a coach, but that may be not so significant in all contexts. But above all, I would say that this is a bit different than an alternative to leadership.
¿Qué tal? Buenos días. Mi nombre es Hugo Armando Calvo. Vengo del posgrado integral en Ciencias Administrativas de la UAM Iztapalapa. Sí. Muy interesante su conferencia el día de hoy. Yo tengo dos preguntas al respecto. La primera, ¿cuáles cree usted que serían los valores que necesitaría el líder para no convertirse en ese líder zombie que usted menciona? Se lo digo al respecto porque he tenido la fortuna de leer obras como Los sentimientos morales de Adam Smith, ¿sí? En donde parece ser que menciona algunos valores importantes. Uno de ellos es la empatía, ¿sí? Otro de ellos es el amor propio. Y en muchas cuestiones, pues también habla un poco acerca de los vicios que se van gestando dentro del liderazgo. Entonces, porque al final Adam Smith no menciona el liderazgo, sin embargo, sí menciona todos aquellos valores que tenemos que seguir para poder llevarlo a cabo. ¿Sí? Entonces, quisiera saber al respecto cuál es su opinión. Muchas gracias.
I mean, these are, by definition, great values. You can't really be against them. Again, the question is, how does it relate more specifically to leadership? And often then general, I mean, sometimes you have descriptions of leadership, and it's all the good things that we like from ourselves, our neighbors, colleagues, and then we like them from our managers or leaders as well. And of course, it is good if probably people will like the person better with these qualities. Sometimes then there's this tension between are you like a popular, appreciated person as a manager or leader from the co-workers or subordinate side, or are you really effective? And then sometimes it may be that effectiveness call for some element of empathy, but not overemphasizing it either. Because there's always a tension between are you really good to your followers? Or are you really good to people, if you're a school principal, to the children, the pupils, or in a hospital to patients? So sometimes there are some tensions between all these very good values. But I agree that some element of empathy, of course, is needed. But expectation of a very high level of empathy, sometimes it can lead to what Zalesnik refers to as the psychopolitics problem, that managers are very much focused on their co-workers and not so much on, okay, there are customers, there are competitors, there are groups that the organization should serve. So I think that empathy and so on, important values, but in the real life, then you can't optimize any quality really. It's always like a balancing act. And good leadership calls for them for not being too much into one particular logic or one particular value, but being able to balance different types of good things. So, or could we take one more question and then have the break, perhaps? Yes.
Buenos días a todos. Good morning, Dr. Abuson. Thanks for sharing your knowledge with all of us. First of all, very keen comments from all of our colleagues. It's very intriguing and amusing somehow, but also disturbing to think in terms of the meta theory of the zombie leadership, because as we all know that zombies, when get in contact with a healthy organism, get infect the other ones. So that's something that we just need to be aware. And I heard several times, even by yourself, about the transformational leadership, and that's something that I need to research in the upcoming months for my dissertation. I would like to know specifically. I see also, and I don't know why it's almost blurred on light gray. That quote of "there is no size fit all" for counter-zombie operations command relationship. So it seems like a very difficult issue to prevent, to stop to get contagious with the zombie leadership. So I don't know if that is going to be the axis of the next hour of the exposition, but I would like to know specifically if transformational leadership is going to be part of the problem or part of the solution. And very quickly, in case I don't get time for explaining another question, in the current environment where remote or hybrid telecommuting has took place, but some major organizations are rolling down or retiring that option. What will be your option or your opinion about how this plays, or what is your forecast about what is going to happen about this specific new way to work with the digital technologies and all around? Well, in the context of this idea, well, it will be interesting for me to know, because for sure I'm going to use this book for many quotes, because it's all related to this two axes: transformational leadership and remote working, and how we could get more cohesion or more productivity with the remote working teams, especially in the technology areas. Thank you.
Thank you. On the last question here, what's happening in a much more kind of digitalized and scattered work environment? I just remember I did a study of a management consulting, or IT consulting firm, and then the key point here for the managers, it was what they call socio-integrative leadership. And that mainly meant that they were trying to reduce or counter fragmentation. It's very easy that people tend to go like this. You work and then you deliver, perhaps with thinking and values and orientations. They may be quite disconnected, because normally, typically workplace, you interact with people and then you create shared meanings and some cohesion, solidarity, and social needs are being met, etc. So then it tends to work like that. But with new forms of work, then it becomes more and more scattered, more fragmented, and they were focusing very much on social integrative. So when they had like interactions, meetings, were very carefully thought through, and then they were spending a lot of time then on the social aspects around work. So they tried to compensate for this through social, see the organization as a social glue. And they were quite skilled in that. And that were elements that as all the managers, they should be approved by the subordinates. So they should like them. They should have a positive relationship. And then when they had gatherings, then partly business technical issues, but a lot of then this coaching, not coaching, but team building and community building. So I think that may be something that perhaps people should think a bit more about in certain types of work contexts. When it comes to transformational leadership, I mean, this was a very big topic. Now there's been a lot of critique of this, because what it includes is a bit vague and difficult to study, and all the measurements, they are seen as rather unreliable. So if one studies this carefully, then I think that it's quite demanding. And I can't just rely on people's questionnaire responses, but to really see what's happening here, what goes on, and then try then to see, is there intellectual stimulation? Is there a vision that people really take seriously? Because sometimes this is this expression of a vision, but it's a bit up there, and then it doesn't really connect to people. So I think that to study transformation leadership, it's demanding and call for some careful, close to what goes on there, and then see what people do, how they respond, and what are the effects, and not only doing questionnaires or things like that, because there's a lot of critique about that. And sometimes the impression is that if people like the manager, then the questionnaire responses will very much be colored by this. So it's a bit difficult to understand then what we are studying when we try to study this more form of positive leadership, transformational, authentic, ethical, whatever. So we need to be careful about that, I think.
So shall we reconvene at, is it fine, 11:15?
Yeah, fine. Yeah. So, thank you. Talk about this book, Reflexive Lead.
Entonces regresaremos a las 11:15 para seguir con la segunda parte. Gracias.
Sí, pero de todos modos, me los van a mostrar también. Y yo los voy a mostrar.
Un comentario rápido. Va a haber entrega de reconocimientos a los asistentes al seminario. Entonces les pediríamos, por favor, si se pueden apuntar afuera, registren su asistencia para que luego les puedan hacer llegar su reconocimiento. Gracias. Again, we'll continue with the second part of today's seminar with reflexive leadership after having gone through a tour about zombie leadership. So just rounding up, you talked to us about this zombie leadership and what does it mean to be leader-centric and which are the actions and the problems that can arise in any society or in a business or even in business schools due to this zombie leadership. So now we will start with reflexive leadership. Thank you again.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So thanks so much, Norman. And this is based on a book. With the title Reflexive Leadership. And looks like this with Martin Blom and Stefan Svenningsson. And it summarizes about 20 years of research where we have studied leadership at close range. So a lot of people, they send out questionnaires or they only interview managers. We think that you need to be much closer to situations, to interactions, and also to consider the views both of managers and of subordinates in order to see what really goes on there. And this is a bit more demanding, but still we have done this. I also wrote a book on managerial lives, where we see what managers are up to. But one of my key concepts is reflexivity. And I think that this is very important. In general, in research, in academic teaching, I mean, we should learn students to become more reflexive about their lives and work and organizations. And we should also try to cultivate reflexive practitioners. And reflexive practitioners, they're not just experts on a particular technique or recipe or so, but they think more broadly about issues, including critically. And one element here is then to consider alternatives to and challenge how we and our research groups, communities, what we assume about the world and how our perspectives sometimes can be a bit limiting and not necessarily so broad-minded. So we are interested in the meaning and meaninglessness of leadership. Sometimes we use words without meaning. Just strategy, value, competence, culture, sustainability, diversity. Well, what do you mean? It's not so uncommon because we're supposed to say the right words at the right moment, but we are not necessarily thinking, what does this really mean? We're interested in then actually practice leadership. What happens when people are in situations where they may be able to practice leadership? What goes on then? What do they do? How do people interact? What are the responses? And here we need to consider both managers, leaders. Of course, there's a difference between managers and leaders. So most managers, they are managers, and sometimes they engage in leadership, not all the time, not so much. And then you have subs, subordinates, followers. One of my interested is to consider what are the limits to leadership and what are alternatives to leadership. Can we think about organizing problems, management, organizing, coordination, blah, 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 in other ways than leadership? It's very easy that a particular concept becomes popular and then it colonizes the world. Everything becomes a matter of leadership. And that's not so good. And here we need to consider both horizontal and vertical relations at work. So it's not only these relations, but it's also relations like this. And sometimes we can make relations like this a bit more horizontal. We can try to horizontalize organizations, not just address then the senior people. It's very, very much up there, high up, very far from us. We can sometimes try to make them step down a bit. For example, in meetings, then you're a bit more active, you're prepared, or you email, you come up with suggestions, and so on. So, yep. So, leadership. This is a sexy signifier. Leadership is sexy. I mean, it's not extremely sexy for the person on the street, but for students, it's often a bit sexier than management control or accounting or a marketing plan or something like that. So I had one colleague who said, well, the students, they are a bit sleepy sometimes, but when we start to talk about leadership, they liven up a bit and become a bit more now, finally. So it is a sexy signifier. And but then how does it relate then to fix is interesting. So and leadership is sometimes used then more like managerial work. We try to beef it up. Being a manager is probably rather boring. I apologize if some of you are managers here, but it can be a bit boring. Well, I'm not a manager. I'm doing leadership. And then, yes. So sometimes people say, well, leaders, they are the top people. It's not like the middle manager. They are bureaucrats or administrators or supervisors. But the top people, they are the leaders. And then you have a view here. But then a third view here, it's a bit more general. Leadership is about influencing. And everybody can be a leader. Informally, everybody's influencing others. So it's very much about influencing processes. And then that goes on all the time. So we influence each other then in terms of norms, values, being empathetic, being very focused, trying then to make people not work so much. Or we refer to top managers' speech as bullshit, business bullshit. That may happen. So that you kind of take away a lot of the influencing for your counter-influence. It can also be seen as a form of leadership. Some people say that leadership is very much about groups, collaborations. Shared leadership is one use of the word. So it can be in almost everything here. I emphasize, as the previous part of the seminar indicated, and that it's very much part of organizational relations. So the relational aspect of leadership is very important. And we probably all agree that leadership is about the relation. But then what's happening often is that, okay, that's the case, but it's a relation that's very much dominated by the leader and others are then following, which is, I think, not particularly relationally aware way of understanding this. So a lot of leadership talk, it's very much about ego boasting. Managers like to boast themselves. I'm doing leadership. I'm a leader. I'm significant. People follow me. And this is also part of legitimation and the language for managers. So, as I said, being a manager, it's not that fun all the time. But leadership literature and leadership vocabulary, it can be seen as an identity project. I'm not a bureaucrat. I'm not an administrator. I'm a leader. Yes. So, and this is partly part of the attraction. Louise asked me about why are business schools so full of this crappy leadership stuff. And it's partly because it helps people in their identity projects. And as a student, then you see yourself as I will become a leader soon. And then you like to have good news about all this. So, and of course, academics, I mean, what should we do as academics? Well, I'm an expert on leadership. I can offer something to business, to public sector through my leadership knowledge. So that's a bit tricky. One of my favorite sources of inspiration is Clifford Geertz. Are any of you familiar with Geertz? Interpretation of cultures. He's probably the leading figure in anthropology. He says it actually referred to about the concept of culture, but this is a general insight, and that is to cut concepts down in size so that they cover less and reveal more. I think that this is very insightful, because often we like to use concepts, power, sustainability, diversity, innovation. We like to use concepts in a very kind of broad sense, so they cover everything. But that's for the lazy person. And then you don't think sharply about issues. So think sharply about leadership or about anything else. We need to reduce concepts in size so that they cover less and reveal more. And the book here on reflexive leadership, that is somewhere here, I guess, then tries to do this in different ways. And there are a lot of different definitions of views of leadership. I think that this is a good one here, that you distinguish management from leadership. Where management, you get things done through others, through the traditional activities of planning, organizing, monitoring, and controlling. You don't worry so much about what goes on in people's heads. You're more interested in the behavior and the results. You try to focus on that. While leadership is very much focused on people's thinking and feeling. So your worry is how people think and feel about issues. Managers mainly concerned about behavior, outcomes. Leadership is very much how do people think? What do they value? How do they reason about phenomena? What are their mindsets? What are their identities? So, and very quickly, you are a boss of a supermarket or something, you can see that customers are not so happy, people are a bit rude, and as a manager, you have like here rules. Smile, look happy, ask people how they are, wish them a wonderful day. That is management then. You have rules, and then people should comply with the rules, and then you have some inspections perhaps, and then you make sure that people do this. If you're into leadership, then you more try to think about how to influence people's mindsets. So think about the customer, people that actually make it possible for you to put bread and butter on the table. These are the source of our livelihood. They have perhaps hard days, boring lives, etc. If you are friendly to them, then it will make a positive difference for them, for you, for others. It's up to you, but I do think that we should consider this. Think about the customer as a queen or king or whatever. That would be leadership. So you're not giving people specific instructions for how to behave. You try to influence mindset. Okay? So this is a simple distinction. And again, I think that leadership is very much about this meaning, understanding, feelings, head and heart, not behavior and result. Of course, a lot of people, they do both if they are managers, so they are influencing others. But this is like a meaningful distinction. Okay? And then an interesting find. We've studied this at close range for a long time, and then I sometimes ask people, can you give me an elevator pitch? You know what an elevator pitch is? You have like 30 seconds. Tell me about your finding. Tell me what you do. And then you have like the 30 seconds on the elevator ride. And then you should be able to tell something that people can grasp and understand and find this is interesting. And sometimes in research, that is a challenge because if you ask people that, then after 30 seconds, well, is sometimes what you heard. Oh, I studied that and that. No, tell me about your finding, the insight, the result. And people, they have problems with this. But we have, and this is a difficult question, but sometimes we have like an elevator pitch, and then one of my findings is that leadership doesn't exist. Leadership doesn't exist. And this is an ultra short version. There's the elevator pitch if you go from bottom floor to floor 1. 8 seconds. But then, of course, you can say that leadership sometimes exists. It's not so clear. It's not so common. It may be difficult to identify if you take it more sharply in consideration. I don't see leadership as everything that a supervisor or manager is doing. So, and here is one finding. I write a lot for, in Sweden, books that are read by people, and then also chronicles, articles for large newspapers, and so on. So I have a public presence in Sweden. And sometimes people mail me interesting stories or examples. So sometimes I feel that I now have so many interesting examples that I can write another book just for going through my mail. Not entirely, but still. And this happened to me a couple of years ago. One person, he came then from the technical university, and he got a job as a trainee at a very large and international leading then high-tech company. He was very proud, and he felt that now this is really be something in this company. We should have sophisticated technology and world-class leadership, rumor said. And then when he started to work there, then he was really, what goes on here? What are people doing? And then a lot of surprises that really he felt that this can't really be true. They're talking about that and that, but I can't see the phenomena. And one example was, I've noted the lack of leadership, whatever that is. But instead noted the image of a world-class leadership. That was like the rumor that HR and top managers and others were spreading around, that really have fantastic leadership here. But then in reality, it seemed like the most successful managers just were engaged in internal meetings with other managers. Leadership is like something you mostly are talking about. It's more talk than practice. And you talk about it preferably in grand and pompous terms. Everyone seems to be leadership oracles when they ask to assess themselves. And this was like one interesting finding, and he felt that he was living in a bizarre world where everything here is upside down. And what people are talking about and seems to take seriously, it was not in line with his observations. And for some time he thought that he perhaps has gone mad. But then he said he read some of my stuff, and then he felt that he has not gone mad. He's seen things quite clearly. While others, they were kind of following this flow of just accepting things and not necessarily thinking through issues, what goes on here beyond then these labels that people like to circulate. This is an example then of things that may go on. And there are a lot of ambiguity and double talk about leadership. Lot of talk, lot of pretense, a lot of hope, a lot of aspirations, but the specific practice is not necessarily in line with this. And often you have like this disconnect. And most definitions of people talking about their leadership. So if you interview managers, they're all kind of good people. They take a broader picture. They are helpful. They are not so pretentious. They understand the folks. They get them work in the right direction. They solve problems and doing a lot of other fantastic good things. So it's good and sometimes heroic, but it's often preached more than practiced. And that's partly because people are not necessarily so interested in being followers. We have a lot of leadership, but then followership, less popular. And then it leads then to this discrepancy between the leadership world. Fine, great. So, and then you have a followership world that is not so well inhabited. Because, I mean, look at yourself. Are you eager to be followers? We can't have leadership without followership. That's like the basic idea that no, well, leadership is then being supportive and helping people and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but then you need to have people that need to be helped and specifically define themselves as in need of help of a manager to this being about leadership. I mean, you can get help from your colleagues. I have a tricky situation here. What's your view on this? You don't call that leadership typically or followership. It's a bit different kind of story. Yeah. So a lot of talk and fantasies about leadership, and people practice management. And what you do there in management, you do bureaucracy, or you try to convince people, or you nag. Managing as nagging. And I do think that nagging sometimes could be something of interest to study. So rather to study leadership, then we can study nagging. And that happens sometimes. So if you like to influence people, it's not that as fantastic speech. Now everybody will do like this. Now you need to remind and then persuade and then so on. So kind of nagging is probably an important issue in order to make things happen. And then you need to nag in such a way so that people don't find it too boring or too upsetting, whatever. But the kind of smooth nagging, nudging, is perhaps a more pleasant word. Reminding, doing a lot of parenting or other things like that. So, all right. So here's one study of leadership that we did. And then these were senior manager in a pharmaceutical company, well-educated people with a PhD in chemistry or medicine or something like that, most of them. And they were then expensive management training. And then this is the short version. If you're interested, this was published in Organization Studies, 2003. It's an old study, the journal Organization Studies. So this is the very short version here. Question, what do you do? We didn't ask them about leadership, but what do you do? Answer, I do leadership. I'm a leader. Question, what does it mean? I work with strategies, developing people, values, visions, corporate culture, blah, blah, blah. What do you do in practice? Answer, I sit in meetings. It's admin, budget, IT, personnel issues, listening to my manager, allocation of offices, reporting, signing travel expenditure formulas or whatever. Well, what about the leadership? Then I don't have time. I tried to smooth it over a bit, but this was like the essence of the study. And now you can say that these only Swedish senior managers, they are stupid. In America or North America or in Mexico, they are real leaders that don't sit in meetings, that don't deal with budgets, IT, personnel issues, allocation of offices, reporting, dealing with dissatisfied clients or customers, or doing things like that. They are doing leadership. Well, not necessarily. There was one famous organization scholar, Dennis Gioia. Some of you may have heard Gioia, famous for the Gioia method. Not my cup of tea, but Gioia, he said, wrote somewhere, I was head of the department for 9 years. And then my experience is it's 1% leadership, 10% management, 90% administration. But yeah. So I don't think that we are entirely on the wrong path here. This captures something. So how can we understand this leadership interest? And one way of understanding what it's about is it's an identity enhancer. I mentioned that before, and Louis' question here also, I touched upon this, that it boosts your sense of who you are. I'm not a bureaucrat. I'm not just sitting in meetings. I'm a leader. And this identity boosting is quite important for people, partly because we face so much communication where leadership is the thing. You should be a leader. You should do leadership. And then you take it on board and you make it a part of who you are or who you want to be. While followership is not that at all. So most people wouldn't say that if you ask them, who are you? Well, I'm a follower. Very few people will say that. I'm an electrician, I'm a construction worker, I'm an HR person, I'm a salesman, I'm whatever. I'm not a follower. But then if you take like managers, then, well, I'm a leader. That may be part of the picture. And the problem with followership is it's not so attractive. Of course, sometimes you have the subordinate role. So you have a low position. You are subordinate. You have an employment contract, so you need to comply. But that's not the same as being a follower. So being a subordinate and doing what you're supposed to do as part of your job, that's one thing. But it doesn't mean that you are looking for leaders turning you into a follower. And the problem with followership is that the problem with leadership is actually that people are not so interested in being followers. And that's the tragedy for leader wannabes. That you miss the other part, and that is the follower part. Because in order to be a leader, you should be one head taller than others. And that means that others should be one head smaller in order to have the right asymmetrical relation. And that can be okay then if you need to have some structure, you need to have some order, division of labor, and then you have vertical division of labor. Because that large organizations, they call for that, and that's fine. But it's a bit different than leaders and followers. And followership, it calls for people dwarfing themselves in many cases. Of course, if you are very young, uncertain, new on the job, then you feel it's very natural to be a follower. And there are people that seems bright and clever and thoughtful and so on. That's fine. So if you have a supervisor, PhD student relationship, then you have some elements of followership, I guess. It's reasonable because it's a difficult job and you are a newcomer there. So some elements of followership is okay in that relation for some time. Then after a couple of years, then that relation is changed as the PhD student become much more, hopefully, independent. And then followership is kind of lost or weakened there. But followership, in most cases, then for people that are reasonably competent and reasonably mature at work are not that interested in being follower. Okay? And there are some costs of all this. So if you take a follower position, and sometimes it makes sense because you have people that are like Barack Obama or whatever, you find that they are much cleverer than you and so on. But in most other situations, then truly taking a followership position, there are costs in terms of identity. It's not the optimal identity. I'm a follower. It's not what you put on your website or your business card, or how you introduce yourself then to people that you like to impress.
That should impress. I'm a follower.
I'm a follower, yes. Well, you can say that because then people will be more interested, perhaps because it sounds a bit original and so on. But and then you have an autonomy cost, because if you take the follower position, then you voluntarily reduce space. You're much more receptive to suggestions, ideas, communication, meaning making from then the leader. So you're trying to reduce then your space. I mean, it's not absolute in that sense, but do we think freely about issues? Well, I have a leader here and I feel that it's kind of obligation or some inclinations then to reduce autonomy as part of the deal, the relationship, the position that you take. And then you have the time cost. Sometimes it takes a lot of time to be a follower. You have to listen to somebody talking to you all the time, and that can be valuable time. But many of you probably have experienced in meetings that the manager wants to do leadership. And then you sit there and then you listen to a lot of crap. That can happen. So there's a time cost. And then if you are a follower, you are more inclined then to sit there and listen patiently, not interrupt so often, not to try to indicate that my time is expensive or things like that. So in my case, you have performance appraisals here in Mexico, annual performance appraisals. Yes, so every year you go to the manager and the manager, what do you think about me? And we give feedback and so on. So and I went to one or two with the dean of my university, and I decided this is waste of time. So I stopped doing that. And yeah, and so I don't like the follow position. I don't like to have people telling me what to do or how they think about issues or something. So there's a time cost of being a follower. And in one of our studies, this was very clear that people felt that going to the meetings with the manager, they felt that this was like waste of time, that he was very interested in expressing leadership, and they were more interested in getting on with their work. They were engineers, and they find the work interesting, and the meetings with managers mainly waste of time. not always the case. Sometimes people love to spend a lot of time then in meetings and then just babbling about issues. Sometimes that means that you take a follower position. But our point is that followership, it's very interesting phenomena, but it's understudied. And then often you have rather crude distinctions, whether it's a star follower and resisting follower and blah, blah, blah. But really the meaning of this in a deeper sense, it's a bit tricky. And sometimes, of course, being a follower, that's okay. I mean, you may have love political leaders, you may find some people really inspirational and they're much more clever and ambitious and so on than you are. So sometimes there may be the situation where it's natural to take a follower position. And organizations need that sometimes to be the case, definitely. But it's not that frequent. And you can't assume that, as I mentioned in the previous talk, that there are two kinds of people, my friend. There are leaders and followers. Not necessarily. No. So, all right. So the problem with a lot of leadership research, it is not really studied. It's thousands and tens or hundreds of thousands of leadership, but very few really good studies of this topic. And this is my preference. I'm a qualitative researcher. I think that we should go out there. We should see what happens. We should talk with different people and also hopefully make observations of interactions so we know what goes on. And just go out there. I've interviewed 100 managers. Now I know a lot about leadership. Well, in the worst case, you know a lot about how managers talk about their leadership. But that talk may be because they had read too much leadership literature or participated in business school education, and then they've learned the talk, but not necessarily then use that in the specific practice, partly because followers are not necessarily on board. So, this is tricky. So what do we do then? I think that we should broaden the perspective and then try to sharpen the vocabulary. So sometimes, and I notice people also hear that leaders all the time talk about leaders, but that's an imprecise term. So what do you mean when you talk about leaders? Is that senior administrators, or are there people that give you like the inspirational talks or manage your meanings or influence your beliefs or whatever? So we need to have sharper perspectives, and we need to think, how is leading, managing, organizing really being done? And then we have a model in this reflexive leadership where we think that to understand leadership, we need to consider the context. You can not only focus on leadership, because as Joya said, that 1%, as he saw it, of his work, so you need to spend a lot of time before you discover this leadership. So good if you can think about what managers are doing and what others are doing also in other respects. So we thought about there are two principal ways of organizing work. One is vertical or hierarchical, top down. And the other is, of course, horizontal. And within these two basic dimensions, then you have organizing work as being then about leadership, and leadership happens. And I don't think that skilled managers and people with a lot of resources, they do leadership occasionally. So it happens, and it can be significant, definitely. And then it's about persuasion, it's influencing. It's not telling people what to do, not giving orders or pointing at, here is the bureaucratic apparatus and you follow that. or you develop rules and regulations or measure performances or something like that. That's not. So it's interpersonal influencing process within a relation that is asymmetrical. It is hierarchical, but it's voluntarily hierarchical. Voluntarily hierarchical. So people accept this. So as a subordinate, I'm paid here as a subordinate. I do what the managers tell me to do because that's part of the employment contract and the bureaucracy that I have to comply with. With leadership is much more voluntarily. Do I accept ideas, suggestions, communication? So the means for leadership is very much inspirational, persuasive talk. That's the medium. You're not saying, I'm your manager, I tell you what to do. No, you come up with persuasive talk, or you provide a good example. You're the first person at work and the last standing, the person never seen with your hands in the jam pot. But people are inspired by this. So exemplary behavior. So that's leadership. Management is more legitimate authority. I have this job. My duty is to do so and so, and your duty here is to comply. As you are subordinate, and I'm a manager. It's direction and control based on formal rights and hierarchy. So bureaucracy is the basis for management. And then you see yourself perhaps as a subordinate, not the follower, and you work with management as planning, budgeting, supervision, schedules, rules, guidelines, and performance control evaluation. These are the key media for management. Okay? You don't have to agree, but this is frequently used definitions of people that are not kind of lumping leadership and management together, but see there's a point in, as Geertz said, cut the concepts down in size so they cover less and they reveal more. And then you have power. We don't have to talk so much about power, but power means that you do perhaps like Steve Jobs. Do you remember Steve Jobs? Yes, founder of Apple, computers, etc. So, and he sometimes, when people were difficult, he felt he was using the method of staring at them. He was staring intensively, and then didn't let go. And after some time, people kind of. So that's like power. And of course, you have authority in the background, being a senior person and so on, but it's mainly then you use power. Or as Lyndon B. Johnson, how many of you know who Lyndon B. Johnson was? Some, yes. He was president in the United States, 63 to 68, after Kennedy, John Kennedy. And he had his method then, of course, being a president, it's not just that you decide or you inspire and people follow. It's very much negotiation and power struggles. And so on. Sometimes presidents, they don't get anything done because the Congress, they obstruct. So, and it's probably similar in most companies. Even if you are the CEO, people, other managers groups, if they want to obstruct, they can do that. But Johnson, he has this method called the treatment. He was using the method, the treatment. And then when people were difficult from his point of view, then he was using his height, he was even taller than me, I think, getting close to them. Then talking to them, his voice. Sometimes he was using threats. Sometimes he was using praise and complementing in the different ways. And then he was familiar with all the weak spots, vanity or something that he could offer them and so on. So with the treatment and then a combination of all these means of power, then he was very effective as a president. Because he could use the I mean, a lot of other things as well, but the treatment was one final resort. So if everything else failed, then he was giving his friends, opponents, whatever, the treatment. And this is an example of power. Sometimes then, of course, it's related to leadership. Sometimes it's a bit different, a bit more brutal. And power is a key element in research. In organizational practice, of course. So, but that's like the horizontal, the vertical, and then we have the hierarchical or vertical types of influencing, organizing, and then we have horizontal forms, and that means that it tends to be mainly flat, egalitarian, and then you have networks. You have networks and they are influencing you, and you can use your networks in different ways to get ideas, to solve problems, blah, blah, blah. And here people are into peer influencing. And that's what we do in academia. So a lot of the control in academia is through the peer review process. So managers, they don't have to do that much, really. So here's the research. You send your papers to an academic journal, and some people out there in the world, they look at this and say that you are stupid, lazy, misunderstand things, and you lack creativity or whatever. That's the normal verdict. But sometimes you feel they say this is kind of good enough, or could be good, or that you get advice and supervision and so on. So we have replaced then management with the peer review. How many of you are familiar with the peer review, own experiences? Yes, so yeah, well, so this is like an example of, and you can use that in organizations, not only in academia. You can say, how is it functioning here? Well, management should be in control, and so now you bring in experts like physicians to a hospital clinic, and they go through it, and then they see what works, what doesn't work, and they come up with feedback. And that feedback is taking care of a lot of the organizing. So you can have like external feedback as a key element in the organizing of things. And you can have group work. We agree within a team or group that we take care of this. We self-organize, blah, blah, blah. Or you can have autonomy, that people are well educated, perhaps. They are competent, they can be self-directed or encouraged to be self-directed. Then the autonomous professional, how much management do we really need? I never felt that I needed anything, really. I think it's just a nuisance. It just destroys work in most cases, but I'm kind of senior and experienced and so on, so I shouldn't exaggerate that. But sometimes you can ask how important is all this if you are in a professional setting, if you know the job, and so on. So these are like 6 forms of organizing. And the good workplace are aware of all forms and try then to have a good balance. Of course, the balance means that you sometimes do leadership, may be important. You may have people that are very good leaders, or people that are very young and innocent and need or benefit from this. Sometimes you have more management, sometimes power, kick ass may be needed or motivated. Sometimes you work with networks or peer influencing. We came up with that idea when we were interviewing there were managers actually in an engineering company, large engineering company, and then they asked leadership then, what about leadership in relationship to their own managers? Well, I don't think it's so important. I like to be like independent here, degrees of freedom. Sometimes when there's a problem, I go to my manager if there's something that he's very good at dealing with. But in most cases, then I go to other people in my network and I talk with them about technical problems or perhaps other issues. So they were using the networks within and outside the company in order to get some support and coaching and other things. So that was could be seen as an alternative then to leadership, management, and power. But then you also have autonomy, cultivate autonomy. We have a book by a Danish anthropologist that we called Return to Judgment. Return to Judgment. And then one concept here is post-infantilized management, PIM. PIM, post-infantilized management. And the idea is that people could use their judgment as the basic working principle. Then you may need something else as well. Then some leadership, some management, some use of power, networking, etc. Group team support, but that's the basic principle. And there are some companies trying to work in line with this. So there's an American shoe sales company, a very large one, called Nordstrom. And they have rule number 1. Use your judgment. If you're uncertain, ask your manager. Otherwise, use your judgment. And then they added, there are no other rules. And that's relatively drastic. And of course, they have some rules then, some bureaucracy, but that's one principle that you can work based on. And then you can say that we need a lot of management there. We need structures, systems, reward systems, a lot of HR, a lot of management training, and the entire apparatus. And then you can contrast this with use your judgment. And then, of course, that leads to then you work with team people. It's not in splendid isolation. You work with others, you ask others, you use and sometimes management and leadership and blah, blah, blah. But the point here is that we can think more widely about issues and do some mind stretching. Outside, we need to have all this bloody management and all this leadership and so on. And then we can think very differently about how to organize work. So here part of the problem is then the vocabulary we are using. So often we talk about leaders, managers, superiors, subordinates, shared leadership, blah, blah, blah. I suggest a different vocabulary. And I do think there's a lot of the usual language that we tend to be then captured by. It's like a cage. So we come there and I study an organization. It's top management, middle-level management, low-level management, superiors, subordinates, there's leadership, there's HR, blah, blah, blah. Diversity issues, have men and women there, and blah, blah, blah. So a lot of all these conventional vocabularies and conventional ways of seeing things tend to make us not so imaginative. We become a bit stupid because we are caught in this language. So one can think about different other alternatives here. So I thought leaders and managers, people always have problems with this. So we could skip that and talk about instead hips and lips. Hips and lips. So a hip is a high impact position, person, or process. That's a hip. Person that is done by others, by him or herself, seen as higher up in terms of ability to have impact. And that can be because of managerial position or being very big and speaking with loud voice, having an upper class background or whatever, being extremely persuasive and smooth in leadership or whatever, but that's like an hip. Okay, you understand? Very hip. And then you may have a lip. A lip is a low influencing either, depending on what you're interested in, person, position, or process. And then you may have people that are MIPs. And the MIP is medium impact, medium influencing person, position, process. And then if you have teamwork, or you may be not the boss of a faculty, maybe an experienced professor, then you may be a MIP. While the top researchers, they may be HIPs, perhaps, alongside the dean in terms of this. So, but the idea here is that you can also talk about NIPS. NIPS is no influencing person, position, process. And the people that are very passive, alienated, passive, or very weak, never speak up at meetings and always very compliant and so on, while the lip has some influencing, etc. So my point is only here that we can think about leadership issues and managerial issues in a slightly different way. And then we open up for new understandings and so on. So, yes. And then if one is interested in working with this, I can imagine then organizational interventions where you consider then most of organizing. And then for me, at least, these 6, they capture the major options. There may be others as well, but here are 6 then. Leadership, management, power, autonomy, group, network here. And then you can imagine then, okay, how are things functioning here in this department or this subsidiary division or in this company? And then one perhaps say that we have too much leadership or too little of leadership here. We need to improve that part. Or management is overdone, or it's badly structured and not functioning really. So you may feel that, okay, we have problems here with that, or that. And then you selectively decide that, okay, here we think that and that is working okay, but we need to be much better than in supporting people's autonomy. Or network relations. So we decide to work much more with this. And perhaps less leadership, less internal then relations, because we focus on this instead. And then I can imagine then you have a dialogue or perhaps a power struggle around this. You have revisions of work. Then you have feedback on how does it function. What are the reflections here? So you can imagine then organizational development being around then definitions, diagnosis definitions, and then actions surrounding leadership issues, but also alternative to leadership. Yes. Yes. And now we should not continue for too long, but we can skip this. Sometimes when we have done a lot of studies, then this, I think I mentioned this before, but sometimes people are not so interested in being exposed to leadership. So this is what one person said: the managers I struggle with most are the motivating types, who try to create energy and momentum, but only move back and forth without keeping a clear direction. And sometimes we're into leadership. You should be persuasive and so on. Then you tend to be a bit not so focused, but you have inspiration and you have a vision. And that tends to be broad and be up there in the blue. and it may feel fine, but then it's not so clear in terms of what does this really mean for what to do. And often you have this like discrepancy between the fantastic vision and what people are supposed to actually do. So it easily becomes like this. And another case here, we interviewed people about their manager, and he was very ambitious, George here, very ambitious as a manager. And people said, what does he really, what will we do here? I said, well, we go to his meetings and we answer his questions, but apart from that, ... And well, I thought it is still well intended and doesn't create so much of a problem. So the conclusion was, so far there haven't been any problems with George. And this is perhaps sometimes what you can hope for, which is a bit different than this expectation of the great visionary leader that really should make you perform miracles. So see here, if we conclusion, yes, good timing, I think. So you are probably very tired. Are you very tired? No, well, that's good. So anyway, so here's conclusions, and then we can have discussions. If you want to do that. Leadership is a part of organizing. It's typically a minor part of it. It may be blown up, but and it can be important, and sometimes perhaps it should be more leadership than is the case. Often it tends to drown in administration and management and people not knowing how to do it. There's much talk and ideology and hopes, but it's less practice and it's less of significance of leadership, according to our findings. And we've studied this for 20 years, published quite a lot. So, but organizations, they can be seen as not leader-led necessarily. I think that's a fundamental mistake. You look at the organizational chart and then you believe, here we have top management. And the top management, they decide. I must say that at my university, I've never kind of been influenced by management. The only thing that they try to sometimes to push you to go to a particular course, which you immediately then consider, is this a good idea or not? No. And then you try to avoid doing it. So it's not that it's like the top management, they lead a university. It's not an old Swedish university like I'm familiar with. So, but then we can think about this mix. We can also think about this in terms of practical interventions. And then I jump over this FP then in the book. If you kind of zoom in, a lot of things is not leadership, but if you zoom in leadership, I think that there are 5 metaphors that can be of interest to consider, and that is the leader as a prophet with a vision, or the leader as a priest, values, ethics, things like that, being good, or the leader as psychotherapist, empathy. I had a question here before about empathy and being good and so on. That's like the therapeutical part of leadership. And the 4th version is then pedagogue, learning, competence development, meaning management, and so on. And the 5th is the leader as a party host. A party host. So you asked the question about diverse, scattered workplaces and so on. And then in my case here of the IT consulting firm, where managers were really trying to do social integrative leadership. They worked very much as party hosts, created atmosphere. Everybody should be seen. Everybody should be part of the group. People should have fun together. So party hosting leadership is also a possible option here. But yes, so yes, and point here is we need to be reflexive. We need to think about alternatives critically skeptically, but also constructively, and then to try to find good combinations here. And then the reflexive leader may be good at not only doing a lot of leadership, but try to support people in doing networking, supporting autonomy, for not being involved so much, but actually being withdrawn rather than being active all the time. Because if you're active, then people tend to respond with followership, and that less autonomy, less initiative sometimes. So the idea with reflexive leadership is that to do things a bit differently. And I rest my case here now, I think. Well, this is for tomorrow. This is my talk tomorrow on stupidity. And reflexivity is then the antidote to functional stupidity. Okay, thank you.
Thank you again, Dr. Alverson. So we can take some questions and
Yep.
then a final roundup.
Good,
That's
good.
all right. ¿Hay algunas preguntas, algún comentario?
Eh,
Yeah, yeah, no, so see how I can. How do I open this one?
I think you can just put it in your.
Okay, so it's okay, yeah. I thought it's okay. So yes.
Eh, Profesor Alveson, muchas gracias de nuevo por esta segunda parte del seminario. Muy interesante la propuesta que nos hace, no solo de concebir reflexivamente el liderazgo, sino ver todas las alternativas que hay y matizar muchas de estas ideas, cuestionarlas. Me llamaba mucho la atención mientras usted nos daba su propuesta, pensaba yo, por ejemplo, en un contexto y que en algún tiempo tuve la oportunidad de aproximarme, que es como, por ejemplo, en las organizaciones religiosas. En las organizaciones religiosas se ve mucho de estas ideas tradicionales que has cuestionado sobre el liderazgo y pasan cosas muy extrañas porque, por ejemplo, literalmente hay líderes, o así le llaman, líderes de jóvenes, líderes para feligreses, ¿sí? Y para ser un líder de feligreses tienes que pasar por un proceso, y literalmente lo llaman así, un proceso de adoctrinamiento. Y en efecto es un adoctrinamiento. Entonces, es interesante cómo ahí, bueno, se ve un poco más desnudo el asunto ideológico, ¿sí? Y de pronto pensaba yo, cuando dabas la primer parte, me cuestionaba si el error de pronto de ver el liderazgo solo enfocado en el líder era un error metodológico o era más bien una condición dada desde un presupuesto ideológico o ambas cosas, ¿no? Y veo que es muy cómodo ideológicamente verlo en esa perspectiva donde se le otorga todo el poder al líder, ¿sí? Eh, de pronto concede más eficiencia, ¿no? Eh, o bueno, eficiencia en torno a unos ciertos fines que le convienen a ciertos grupos de personas, ¿no? Que ostentan el poder, ¿no? En una organización, en un contexto. No sé si de pronto has estudiado o algún colega tuyo este fenómeno de liderazgo en organizaciones como religiosas o de ese tipo.
Can you hear me here from here? Yeah. So I've studied a lot of organizations and are broadly familiar with some others, but actually not religious organizations. So that's blind spot of my knowledge map. Generally, I think that this model here that I present is very general and effort and to try to have something of general relevance, but then a lot of space then for situational adaptiveness. And I don't think we need really to take variation seriously, because organizations that are quite varied, conditions are very well varied, and sometimes the problem with a lot of models, they try to be overgeneralizing in how we approach them. But of course, if you are in a religious organization, it's the church, you are a priest or vicar, there's a particular kind of emotions or mindset, so the follower inclination is probably much stronger than if there are at least true believers, than if you work in a very different type of situation, like a bureaucracy, public bureaucracy or company or something like that. And that means that what happens then need to be considered much more in terms of depth understanding of the situation. So I think that it could be interesting to contrast what's the meaning of leadership. For example, a priest, senior priest, a person that is a middle-level manager in the tax authority or something like that. Are there similarities? Are there differences? Can we learn something from this? But then we need to be much more situation specific and detailed. So sometimes on a particular questionnaire, everybody may look the same. Because then do you trust your manager? Does he or she give you guidelines or moral support or something? Yes, that may be the case. So you put in responses to the questionnaire or even superficial interview questions. Responses may be very similar, but if you go deeply into the issues, there may be a lot of variation of people actually do respond to this and how the relations look like. So I think that in that sense, it could be interesting to consider this. But in general, we need to know the specific situation and be careful about very broad generalizations. So if you do a study when you have a questionnaire to 1,000 people that you find on the internet, you have no idea where they're coming from, what they're doing, and they produce certain questionnaire responses. I mean, what's the value of this? I may insult one or two persons here now, perhaps, but I do think that we need to understand practices and the local conditions better in order to understand leadership and alternative to leadership.
¿Se oye bien? ¿Sí? Muy bien. Well, I want to share with all the colleagues a compliment to you, to your work. And I want to, because it's very important for me, that compliment. I want to point out that, of course, you are a very well recognized, very well, very prestigious academic, and you have done a lot of very important work, which I admire. And but now I am very aware of something important. That's a compliment. That your academical work is very good, very serious, very rigorous, and you have also the capability of doing some kind of prescriptive work. And I think you are, that's a very good example for researchers, as we pretend to be. And so I am glad that I've heard all your talks I have heard. I think I have enriched myself from them. But this particular feature of this talk, I wanted to point out. I like it very much.
Thanks so much for the comment. Just that I do think that a lot of more critical, reflexive work, if you as an academic, you are not only too worried about being academically kind of optimal, theoretical, advanced, impress your colleagues, you can see that there is a practical relevance of this. So I think that, I mean, my first 20 years as an academic, it was mainly then I think more inter-scientific and so on. But after some time now, I think that I can talk to various groups, and it's very easy then to see, based on critical, reflexive thinking, here you can do things in other ways than is dominating. And this link between theory and practical implications, that is something that I think is very important to try to work on. It takes some time sometimes, but I do think that's definitely a plus if we are not only there in this kind of intellectual space.
Something I think this is very important because in business schools, especially in Mexico, in the whole country, very often there's a lack of confidence on research, or more than kind of the low confidence. Many teachers don't consider it so important. They say, no, in business, in management, administrative work, etc., you have to be practical. And this kind of talk you have made, it's also very helpful to try to convince many of those teachers that how important is research, and I think many of them would be very touched by this, and I will try to do something disseminating or this talk, besides the talks that as for your academical work, we know a lot, and we don't know a lot. You have worked a lot, we have written a lot, you have researched a lot, but I think I said so already.
Thank you.
¿Hay más comentarios, preguntas? Adelante.
Well, thank you very much again for your fantastic lecture. As following my colleague, I appreciate your reflective thoughts. And I was wondering, I have two comments on this. You talk about followers, but it's true too that there are many followers that like to be in that position. They are in their comfort zone.
Yeah.
So maybe there's a leader for those followers, and there's another kind of leader for other kinds of followers, just as you mentioned. But it's true that many people also that are in that position are comfortable. Don't make waves, no? That was a comment. And another one I was thinking about in the academic world, we have the subject of leadership. Teachers have to teach the trait and the what do you say, the Bible themes of leadership, and your insights are after that, so they can compare. We can't. I don't say that we can, but probably business schools are not going to teach your zombie perspective in the beginning leadership subjects. unfortunately, this probably leadership, no, it's zombie leadership is taught or should be taught in other levels. But unfortunately, it is not done in the early learning levels of leadership. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think that a lot of people are probably quite passive at work. I agree. And then the question is if they take follower positions or if they are more subordinates and take subordinateship very seriously. Because the idea with followership that you tend to be very receptive to leadership, which is slightly different than you take a passive, truly subordinate position where you emphasize your low standing and then you follow then all the rules and regulations and instructions and so on from managers. I think that is quite common, unfortunately, that we could observe, but we don't know so much if they really take a follower position. So they very much listen to what senior people say, and they are influenced in terms of meanings and understandings and so on. That is not so well researched, I would say. But I agree that a lot of people are passive and not using voice, even on senior levels. We did a study where we investigated how full professors at an Australian university, also in situations where they were fully possible to use voice, to speak up about issues, they were sitting there very silently. So sometimes we have this as an enormous problem, and I think that that's called for some further studies. How come that people are so often passive at work? So I agree with that. Then when it comes to the teaching, I do think that what's institutionalized, what's very common, we often see that this is how it must be. I do think that we can imagine education in very different ways. And then, of course, there are certain constraints and problems, pressures from various groups and orientations. Accountants, they're supposed to cover that and that and that, for example. But I mean, my university, then first year, they read then the book on stupidity that I will talk about tomorrow. And the key point here is that people are not thinking at workplaces. They are functionally stupid. And this is like an eye opener. And that's they're reading the book, and then I have 2 lectures, and then and it's a large group of undergraduate first-year students, and it works very nicely. And it's an example that you could do something that is a bit differently. Then, of course, critical thinking, it needs to be balanced then with the conventional stuff. So it's more like a balancing thing. But I do think that sometimes we wait a bit too long and then introduce something that is a bit more intellectual or broad-minded. Then I think it's partly a matter of getting students to be used then to think more intellectually about issues. More hard work, but I think that is fully possible. That's something we should do. But then I agree, we should not overdo this either, and understand that there are constraints and they are in a particular situation, and we need to have sympathy for that as well.
Tendríamos 2 participaciones más. Adelante. Después allá.
Thanks again. This is going to be a very quick question, and it's related to reflexive leadership. And let's suppose that I want to research more about that. Which theories are more close to reflexive leadership, and how deep or how wide is this concept, or how long has been studied? I don't know, just to give a more robust framework to enrich the research about this specific topic of reflexive leadership. Thanks.
I think that in leadership, then, of course, you have so enormous amount of stuff there. Some of this is much more kind of relationally sensitive and so on, but it still tends to be a bit within this leadership vocabulary. So the clear-cut alternatives which I think is the purpose of this book that you pointed out. And then you broaden then the horizon a bit, because often you have leadership and then you have versions of leadership, so it's more relational or empathetic and it's socially shared and blah, 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 which is fine. So there's a lot of this relational leadership that may be relevant to consider, but it focuses very much then on leadership vocabulary, and I don't think that that is a bit of a straight jacket. So if we can expand the horizon and say this is leadership, okay, but there are alternatives that we can clearly then point out in another way. I think that will make the field a bit more messy and a bit more clear-cut in certain ways. And then of course we can go out and see what happens, what are people doing, so who is actually influencing you at the workplace. And there was one Swedish study where they interviewed managers, who is your most significant source of feedback? And guess who was the most important source of feedback according to the managers? It was their subordinates. And then actually who is influencing whom? So if feedback is probably in leadership the most significant mechanism. And then if subordinates are the key source of feedback, they're probably, if the study is true then, influencing the managers more than the manager's own manager. It may be false, but still it's worth considering. So these influencing processes, to study them a bit more broadly, we can do that. Who is influencing you? And then you should not just, okay, my manager is important, okay, but in what way, when, and how? So we need to encourage people in interviews also to be reflexive, to not just have a spontaneous question, answer, but think through issues a bit more carefully and broad-sidedly and say, okay, what will they then answer? So you can say, okay, there are different sources of inspiration. You mentioned now it's your manager or your subordinates. What about your peers? And in what way are the managers, your own manager and your own subordinate, do they give similar feedback, or are there different types of feedback? So how you are kind of guided or structured by various other sources than yourself, then how does it really take place? And then you can, okay, is this good or not? And then you can continue there. So I think that there's a lot of interesting research that could be done. It's a bit harder to structure this because you need to be much more open-minded in your approach, and that leads to sometimes problems for people. But in principle, I think that could lead to much more realistic and helpful research in order to understand how leadership and other influencing processes at workplaces, they do take place.
Doctor Alberson, me voy a permitir hacerle dos.
Yes.
Doctor Alberson, me voy a permitir hacerle dos preguntas, ya que en su ponencia, en su segunda ponencia, me hace sentido respecto a dos campos de la investigación, la primera en la administración y la segunda en los estudios organizacionales, con dos autores diferentes. La primera es, ¿usted qué piensa de la racionalidad acotada en la toma de decisiones respecto al liderazgo que usted menciona? ¿Sí? Y la segunda, me llama mucho la atención la parte específica del discurso, porque uno de los autores de los estudios organizacionales, que es el doctor Omar Aktuf, cuando hace crítica al discurso, justamente dice, ¿cómo podemos realizar un buen discurso y tratar de enfocar a las personas que están siendo lideradas por este líder cuando tienen todas estas, carencias, tanto económicas, sociales y demás, que obviamente van a afectar al desempeño dentro de cualquier organización? Gracias.
Of course, people are then in various ways constrained, and I'm probably a bit more voluntaristic than most other people, because I think that we can do more than we believe that we can do if we make the effort. There's one good study by Corpasson and others called productive resistance. And then top management made the decision, and then appeared to be clear, supported by the marketing unit, and then middle managers, they said that we don't accept this. We think it's wrong. And then they gathered 10 colleagues, and they thought through this and really felt that they had good arguments for resisting this. And they decided now we all stand behind a protest letter with some muscles. Threat of consequences if top management was not kind of listening to them. So they had 2-3 people writing a letter, well argued, and then everybody signed this. And then the first reaction of the CEO was, what in hell are they doing? I should fire them all. But then it ended with they got their way through. So that's an example then of people can do a bit more. And I do think that in some cases, but then the problem is you have limited time, energy, you are a bit anxious about issues, and sometimes you are in regimes that are very kind of strict and repressive. But I do think that we can sometimes do a bit more, actually, in order to improve situations. And for me, this is what I think we should try to encourage. Then I realized that depending on people's social situation, their resources, etc., they have various options. So, but for those of us that are reasonably well educated and don't risk being sent to Gulag, then we could do a bit more. And sometimes we are just conformist, we are lazy, we imitate others. We have a lot of human weaknesses that we should try to point at relatively clearly and then try to perhaps encourage doing something about. But I realized that the world is imperfect, we are weak, but we can try to do something a bit. Tomorrow I will talk about these issues actually, and one of my favorite slogans is pick your battles. Pick your battles. Not too many battles, not impossible battles, but sometimes you actually can take some battles. And this is something that we should perhaps consider a bit more, considering then and respecting all the limitations that we have because of economic, social situation, cognitive resources, ability to formulate yourself, etc.
Gracias. Pues si no habría más comentarios para concluir, just to round up and conclude, I'll just give my comments on today's session.
Thank you.
So definitely the variety and the wide scope of your lecture has many, many topics. And quoting you as of yesterday, I had an aha moment. And that was that when you were talking about identifying good leaders and imposing them on groups, it came to my mind the idea of the board of directors selecting and imposing a CEO. So, I mean, there are so many topics, including corporate governance, including Kaizen or quality circles as a means of horizontal organizations in which they can include more people and they can include this decision-making process. So, indeed, the variety and the wide scope of your topic as of leadership has many, many, many topics of research for our students. And in that sense, I think that this 22nd colloquium for our postgraduate program has been highly enriched by your participation as of yesterday's and today's. So in that sense, we are very grateful for your comments, for your seminar. And I would just like to round up saying that indeed there's a big gap between leadership and followership, no? Not only in academia, but also in hands-on practice. And I think that is one of the most important things of today's and yesterday's topics, that you have made a close bound between research and hands-on management and hands-on leadership. So we are very grateful. And in that sense, I would appreciate Dr. Luis Cruz to please hand in an acknowledgement for your contributions to our postgraduate program. So Dr. Cruz, please.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Voy a leer el reconocimiento. Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México, Facultad de Contaduría y Administración, otorga el presente reconocimiento al doctor Mats Alveson por impartir el seminario Liderazgo Zombie, Ideas Muertas que aún caminan entre nosotros en el 22º Coloquio Internacional de Investigación en Ciencias de la Administración, celebrado el 22 de octubre de 2024. Por mi raza hablará el espíritu, Ciudad Universitaria, Ciudad de México, 21 de octubre de 2024. Firma el doctor Armando Tomé González, director de la facultad.
Pues muchas gracias, gracias por su atención y nos vemos al más rato para los comentarios a los programas y los talleres en la tarde. Muchas gracias.
So thanks very much for the invitation, for your presence and your patience and your interest here. So, and good luck. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for very good with summaries and comments.
Okay.
That's a nice round.
So we're very, very grateful and I hope you have a nice day.
Yeah, no,
I'll do my best to attend tomorrow's Congress.
okay.
I have a meeting, some things to do, but I'll try to be there.
Okay.
And hear you once again.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You can make it. Then.
May I?
Good.
Claro, sí, gracias.
Thank you.
Keep in contact.
Thank you.
Gracias. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gracias.